And we welcome you to Inside Foose's coverage of the 2025 ITSF Tornado World Series. My name is Keith Glenn. I will be joined in just a moment by my colleague, Mark Torres. And we are into the main event here this weekend. We are in the qualifying rounds of the gold finals. 12 men, 12 women, singles multi-table event. In order to qualify for this event, you need to have either won a gold ticket at a World Series event during the course of last year or qualified via points race. These are the heaviest hitting singles players in the world. Again, as I mentioned, multi-table event. Only 4 of the 5 ITSF recognized tables are here this weekend. No competitor has chosen Roberto as their table of choice. Handful of Tornado, handful of Bonzini, handful of Leonhardt, and handful of Garlando. So as I said, this is a Swiss format. We are in the qualifying rounds right now. Top 8, so 4 players eliminated from each side of the men and women. At top 8 advance for a chance to win a large sum of euros that will be distributed in actual physical gold, courtesy of Floro, our title sponsor here this weekend. We do Inside Foose. This is a new first thing time for us. We have our friends from the ITSF are here running the hardware for our stream. A very high quality stream. That is their logo you're looking at now. As we are about to get underway on table 1. I do hope that they are on top of that because we have a good one for you here on table 1. Qualifying via the way of Leonhardt, Tony Sprademan is squaring off against. You're going to have to listen to Mark and I butcher last names all weekend, but this is Simon Varos from Slovakia.
Hey, you get
on the right of your screen.
You put a little twist on that. By the way, this is the Torminator.
Yes. And we are underway here as Simon already up 1-0. This being played on Tornado. Looks like, I believe that gets determined by a coin flip. So Tony, I don't know what the table Simon, I saw the list and I do not know how to find it at this juncture. There's a lot of moving parts this weekend. Essentially working with 2 different promoters. This event, obviously a major ITSF event, but also kind of working with the traditional Texas state format here in Irving, Texas.
You get 12 men and 12 women. I'm sure you already said this.
I did.
And they're going to eliminate top 8.
Yeah, they're going to eliminate 4 players from each side.
And then they go to quarters and semifinals. Everyone here is a superstar in their own right for the past year, winning a major or highest points, #1 in the rankings. You have a reason to be here. And the most dangerous one of them all is probably the guy you're looking at, Tony Sprademan, who's had an illustrious career in the United States, moves to Europe, and then wins the Leonhardt Championship. Remember, Tommy Yor got the qualifying seat as an American here on Tornado. Tony got his seat by winning on Leonhardt.
As he fires that one down the middle. I already went over all of that.
Yeah, but the way I'm saying it sounds way better. The beauty about so Tony, right? Tony goes to Germany, where the Leonhardt table has been the staple table for decades and decades and decades. I think since World War II, it was the staple foosball table, and he dominates the Germans on their own table. It's it's a testament to his skill set.
I mean, he's got a couple world titles on Leonhardt. As Simon denied there, trying to go to the push side on that rollover. Tony now back to work on his 5-bar. Oh, Simon doing a nice job. We saw Tony beating everybody to that wall yesterday. And interesting, we saw Tony playing yesterday in the Nations Cup, playing singles, and coming out against the Germans, he was doing with his left hand, but he was shooting a lot from his 2-bar. Historically on Tornado, very consistent 2 to 5 passer. So interesting to see him go back to his 2 to 5.
He was playing Rafael Hampel. We don't know what maybe his strategy is. We don't know. We have to ask him, get in his head. So Rafael doesn't go 2 to the 5. He shoots. So maybe Tony's thinking, I'm going to go. I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot off with my left hand because I know you're going to turn it over. You got to beat my zone. So it could be a total tactical thing. It just be thing he's having fun with, and thought, I want to do this. You never know. You really got to get in there. And then they have reasons not to tell you
Yes.
what they were doing, you know.
And Tony, I mean, he's the master tactician, right? I've heard him say, I'm not the most talented player, but I work harder. And obviously, we all know that the way he applies a game plan is better than, second to none.
Yeah. We know this. We had our top 50 list that we did on Foosball Radio with Tom Robinson and Dave Gummison and Jim Stevens. And we put him number 1 all-time on Tornado. We not number 1 all-time. We have Frederic Collignon number 1 all-time. But on Tornado, we put him number 1. He can make his claim to GOAT depending on how he finishes his career overseas.
Yeah, I think no question, obviously, the hands down. Oh, good shot there. Tony was over there. He just went deep. Did Simon. And I don't think there's any kind of argument about Tornado. Obviously, Federico, very solid Tornado player as well, but Tony's won so many titles.
Yeah, Tony was the greatest on Tornado because his total history of work, just going undefeated for X amount in the United States. If there's no doubt that if Federico lived in the United States, that claim could be easily challenged because when Federico's winning percentage in the United States at tour events is bar none. There are world championships he came to in the United States. He won every event. The Thursday draw, the Wednesday draw, goalie wars. She's not exaggerating. Goalie wars, shootout, all 3 major events. But just Tony's full reputation in the United States is unparalleled.
Yeah, obviously we mentioned been over in Europe, playing over there, winning tournaments on the other tables.
Yeah.
Comes back for the Hall of Fame Classic and triples, just casually after not playing Tornado for however long. As we are in a 3-2 ball game here, Tony chance to increase his lead. These are races to 8, but I believe you tie at 7.
Okay, you tie at 7.
I
believe.
I
wonder he shoots a 5-bar shot, a split 5-bar shot.
Yeah, and Tony up 4-2. Simon now back to work on his 5. Patient. We discussed a lot of this yesterday. Just the difference in play style between what we're used to seeing on Tornado versus how we're seeing the international players execute their game plan. A lot more methodical, a lot less stick passes, tic-tacs, brush series.
Well, you got to say that the international players play more multi-table events. When you play multi-table events, they lean toward creating a game that is good on all the tables.
Yes.
And if you need a game that's good on all the tables, it's not
great
as narrowly.
There by Tony.
What a grab. It's not as narrowly focused. Like you play Tornado, speed, power, immediacy, like it's open, I'm going to take it. That whole mentality.
Yeah. Thanks, Tony.
You can't do that on Bonzini as well. You can't do that on the other tables as well. So you tend to have a broader skill set, which can hurt you when you play on Tornado against a Tornado player.
Yes. And Tony, nice job there finding that long hole. It's now 5-2. Just to catch you up on other matches going on, as far as the men's side, the only one that I caught because it happened right in front of us here from our booth. We are offset from table 1. We're not directly lined up with table 1. Tommy Yor won his first qualifier. I think it was 8-2. And we've got a good one going on table 4 now with Sullivan Rue and Lynn Tran. As Tony chance to make it a 7-2 ball game.
Do we know how many qualifying rounds there are?
Fires that one home. It's now 7-2. I am unsure. Yeah. It may be everybody plays everybody. No, they wouldn't play 11 matches. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's got to be. Oh, I think it's 2-2. I think it's 6-6. So maybe 5 rounds.
Okay. Yeah.
I think, if that makes sense.
That's what we're going with.
And
Keith Clemens just decided the format for us here.
It makes sense. If they're not doing it like that, it's silly. I'm kidding. Also, then you could eliminate 4 players.
Yeah.
Well, two from each side.
I wasn't good at subtraction.
Well, you wouldn't. I'm just saying you wouldn't do 3, and then if you do 4, then you're only playing 2 matches or 3 matches to eliminate the 4 bottom players. You're right. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Words.
So yes, I am making this assertion not based on knowledge, but logic. Fires down the middle, and in a flurry. Good morning, folks. That's a good way to start your day.
We call this a murderer's row, and I'm sure
Mr.
Varos is amazing, but this is what happens when you run up against a juggernaut on his home table.
Yes.
Like you could be
who qualified for this event on someone else's table.
Yeah. Right.
It'll be interesting to see how the rest of this day goes. As The only American on the women's side is Sullivan Rue. And I believe you can tie. Oh, don't do that to me without a heads up.
Dude, just look at the camera, dude.
Hey, folks, how are we doing this weekend? We didn't have a booth cam yesterday. I'm not particularly thrilled about it today, but we're happy to be here.
I'm super thrilled.
As I can't believe you managed to do that in front of me, and I didn't notice that you were.
We'll give them a room view in a second, but just keep talking, dude. I'm gonna look charming at myself, and you just keep talking.
Well, actually, this works out nicely because I'm watching the match on table 4. It's directly behind our booth cam from where we're sitting, so I can kind of look at the camera and watch the match between Sullivan and Lynn.
You know, that's a thing that people should do. If you want to watch another match, but keep your audio on us.
I've done this before.
Yeah.
I like doing a radio call.
Yeah.
We don't have a camera on this table, but I can tell you what's going on. I got to do it at Nationals a few years ago. Evan
McGregor.
No.
Laguris.
From Georgia.
Evan Laguris is an ophthalmologist in Iowa and Illinois.
Well, I'm sure the crowd at home is happy to hear that. Evan, man, why am I spacing on his last name? Phenomenal player. He was like an expert at the time. No, not just phenomenal player now, not back in the day. I don't know if he remembers meeting me, but I had a great night with hanging out with. No, I know who Evan McGregor is. He double dipped me my first final I ever made. I won't forget him.
Statulik.
No, Evan. He's from Georgia. Jimmy, somebody text me and remind me. But he took Tony to Game 5 at Nationals a few years ago and was on table 4 over my shoulder.
McGregor.
And I was leaning over watching and doing a radio call, and I got some compliments on it, which I always appreciate. But it was fun just doing a radio call. We can't really see the table well enough. Can you get a score on that between Lynn and Sullivan?
That's even better.
Yeah, so where those chairs are on the bottom right of your screen, just to the right of that is the match that you can see it. That TV, the monitor on the right of the scaffolding, that's the match between Lynn and Sullivan.
That's table 5.
Table 4. Oh, it does say 5. It was 4 yesterday. I forgot they moved them all around yesterday with the as Lynn fires that one home to make it 5. We're not on the booth cam, right?
I wonder if we could zoom.
It's 5-4.
Should we zoom that camera onto that screen?
We'd have to move. We'd have to move it.
This over here, dude. This one behind us.
Oh, on the screen? I don't know. I could do it. I think, but that'd be weird.
Why?
And do we have permission?
Don't stop talking about permission, bro. It was close. Like Lynn's got.
It's 5-5.
Yeah, it's 5-5. They're playing to 8.
I'm sure Sullivan a little extra motivation. Sullivan and then Lynn went head to head in the Nations Cup doubles portion, the last leg of that points race yesterday, and Lynn and her partner, don't know her first name, but it was Kundl.
It was Kunert.
Kundl. And it was Kundle-E, I think.
It was Das Sound Machine.
Let it go. We'd have to set it up with context again today.
Dude, let's go. Yeah, you watch Pitch Perfect too?
Yeah. So Mark is making a reference to a decade-plus old film.
Was it 10 years ago?
At least. It's 2025, man.
Holy smokes,
Toy Story came out 30 years ago. Anyway, the
Das Sound Machine.
It's an international a cappella competition in that film, and the bad guys, quote-unquote, are the German a cappella team, and it's just this group of very tall,
beautiful,
yes, attractive people, and the German national team
He's
here.
Like average 6 inches higher than the women.
Yeah, they're very tall, imposing figures. So Mark made a Das Sound Machine reference and then kept making jokes about it for the rest of the day.
And it's not. It's committed right now to the compulsiveness of my behavior. We should try to zoom that camera, dude. Zoom that camera.
You want me to mess with it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand up. It's gonna be people.
It's fine. You take your headset off. Don't rip the whole thing apart. Zoom that camera on that match. There you go. Turn it, bro. Use your other skills. Yeah.
That's as far as it zooms.
All right. Whatever.
That's as far as it zooms, but you get a little bit of a. You can kind of see the action that we're talking about here.
Make the call, bro. Lynn's got it.
At 6-5 currently. I can kind of see that. Lynn now with a chance to increase her lead. And Sullivan denies her. There's a little bit of a delay. I can hear the table before it happens on the...
It's called the speed of sound.
Yes, it is. Not quite a sonic boom.
And latency.
Sullivan looking to clear here. Tries to punt and chase it. Oh, she almost grabbed that one, just lost it.
So if Sullivan tied at 7-7, and if that happened,
I think that's the last score I saw. I don't know. And Miriam said, I think you can tie.
So if you tie at 7-7 and she ties here, or she doesn't win on her home table.
Yeah, she played her first one on Gerlando. I know that.
And Lynn is just so darn consistent on her 5-bar. Man, she's on fire with her 5-bar.
Yeah, I mean, we saw her playing open mixed as a forward yesterday against Brandon Munoz, who is a multiple-time world champion via singles and doubles at the Tornado Championships. And she was cooking him on the 5.
Yeah.
He eventually kind of got on her a little bit, but she was defending him well and passing on him well. I mean, she's no joke on the Tornado, even though this is not her home table.
And we got to remember, right, that you probably already said this. The Germans beat the Americans last night.
They did.
In the National Cup.
Both Nations Cup finals were USA versus Germany. The women came up a little short for the USA. The men defended their home table. Sullivan has her push shot denied.
As soon as they get another match here on table 1, we're going to be switching back.
Yes, we will, obviously. Actually, I don't hate this zoomed-in view, but that's supposed to be kind of be our crowd cam, right? As Lynn now with a 7-5 lead. And Sullivan gets that one to go now, 7-6. Oh, did you just check the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did I hear an echo of myself?
Just making sure.
And folks at home, we got some very helpful advice. Lynn puts that one away. So that one goes 8-6 to Lynn Tran. We had an audio issue yesterday. We took some steps to hopefully correct it. We can't hear it on our end. Our headsets sound fine. So if we do still experience that, feel free to let us know.
So Sully's a competitor. We know that.
Yeah.
She is a fiery brand of foozer. She's not happy. She's not out of it. She's not happy. She's going to have to crawl, kick, and scream, and fight.
And she will.
And she will.
We know she will.
And if heaven forbid, the fury of Sully, if she's able to keep it into this bracket.
Some poor soul is going to catch her in a game that she has to win.
and she, like, the worst thing that could happen for all these young ladies is that Sully crawls her way into this final bracket, and she will obliterate people.
We wanted it. Do we want it there? That's not bad, right?
That's fine. That's good. That's good.
And then we can see that table we were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, do we want to? I don't like this idea, but it feels like we should from a production standpoint. Oh.
You're about to start.
Not quite ready.
Let's take a quick look at it's right here. Just stay right there. I got it.
All right. Yeah, you got to switch it on that side. All right. Well, it's already been an exciting weekend, and we're not even 24 hours into this thing yet.
Yeah, it's a barn burner.
There's a lot of cool things that I want to talk about. The big one, if you are a fan of Foos Talk Live, shout out to our good friend Tom Robinson.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Nothing but respect for Tom for the fact that he's still doing that. I mean, it's been 5 years now, and still great podcast. If you're a Foozer and you need something easy listening, go enjoy Tom's Audible Chocolate. Man's got the best radio voice in foosball. But Steve Murray, David Raddick, and Donald Wilson, the 3 headline promoters for the Texas State side of this thing. I guess David wasn't. It was Fareed that they were on the flyer. But anyway, Steve brought up there was going to be something really cool here this weekend, table-wise. And I listened to the podcast before I came here.
We need to make some video of that table.
Perry has some if we can get it from him.
Yeah.
But I listened to that, and I was skeptical. It's a foosball table. It's been the same thing for decades. How could you possibly have a cool new table? And there's only 2 in existence of what we're talking about, and we got to experience it. I got to play on both yesterday. Unbelievably cool.
Yeah, it's like virtual surface.
Blew my socks off.
Yeah. We'll get some video of it.
Yeah, the play surface is a screen.
Yeah.
It's a smart table. It tracks the score for you. There's different game modes. You can play a timed game that caps at 10, but if you've reached an allotted time, it ends. The graphics in it are unbelievably cool. The play is it is a tornado table. The play is very close to a normal tornado. The couple little kinks, and then on the Perry and I, there was the dark room where they had the open bar set up earlier. I don't know if you caught that.
No.
But that little alcove on the way back to get to our rooms, where it looks like a window, like a storefront. Anyway, one of them's in there. And Perry and I, on our way back, the room was dark, but the room was lit up from the surface of the table. So we were like, all right, let's just knock it around.
Yeah.
And there was one little thing that if I see Trey today, I'll tell him. Got to meet Trey yesterday. Very nice guy.
Trey's a proprietor for Tornado, all of Tornado.
And got to meet Clay, their social media manager, who I realized afterwards you talked to Sullivan about. He's the one that coordinated her sponsorship.
Yep.
Very nice guy. Got to talk to them. It was really cool. And but there's a lip on the black side on the near wall. It's not on the other side, but like when the ball gets stuck and you have to dig it out, it's like a little lip, so it gets stuck and you can't dig it out.
Well, yeah, it's safe to say these are prototypes.
Yes,
There's
1.0.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to talk to the gentleman that designed
Yeah.
the table. His name is Jay. I assume that's short for something, but Hungarian gentleman. And it was he showed us everything it can do. There's like a Pac-Man layout. So if you're a bar, like there's a barcade that I got into the game on, and thank you. Oh, we're ready to get on our way.
Yeah.
That's why you were doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Hey,
they're
keep
still
talking.
they're still warming up.
Yeah, you keep talking about it. They're still warming up.
It was like a Pac-Man surface. So imagine instead of the green with the white lines and dots, you're playing over a Pac-Man board where Pac-Man chases the ghost around. And every time you score, ghosts come flying out. So obviously to a traditional foosball player that's only interested in playing, traditional foosball, it can be a little funky. But as a promotional tool, if you're trying to get new people back into foosball, everyone knows what foosball is. It's been the same thing for 50 years. This is new, shiny, and will draw people in, I promise. And like you can change the surface to do different things. You could, if you're a bar that has sponsors, High Noon has a promotional thing with us, Bud Light has a promotional thing with us. You can put it on the table. It's interactive.
Just trying to see what that is right there. That's fine.
I don't think that's
Okay.
necessarily an issue, but
Yeah.
So I was talking, I didn't realize how much I rely on the lines and dots until I was playing on this thing. But then I was talking to Trey, and I was like, how hard would it be if you wanted to just to have the screen project the traditional Tornado play service? He was like, yeah, we could do that this afternoon type of thing.
Yes.
So you could then go back to, I'm sure it would be a little different because the projection is a little recessed underneath the. He explained the surface to me. Oh, that's the cool thing. We were like, how does this hold up? If you leave it in a bar and someone spilled beers on it, gets scratched up, it's self-healing. You can heat treat the surface and it'll heal itself. This thing is unbelievably cool.
Yeah.
And so it was obviously okay.
I saw it, man. It looks ridiculous. It looks super. I was skeptical. What? It's a foosball table. You go up, and the whole thing is lit up, and you could see the numbers moving on the surface.
It gives you the mile per hour of your shot. I don't know how accurate it was because I don't think I'm blasting
whatever it was,
40-mile-an-hour snake shots.
You've never done anything like even in a car.
Well, no. So Aaron Croft and Foos Gadgets had the hardest snake shot I think ever hit on that. And Aaron, if you're listening or anybody that has knowledge of this, feel free to correct me. Was 31 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And I think it was a Billy Pappas or Ryan Moore snake shot. And this thing's clocking mine at 39. Unlikely, but super cool concept. It's obviously beta version 1.0. But so the other part of this that I thought was wild was that, everyone obviously, dude, this thing's going to cost a fortune, right? During the height of inflation a few years ago, and there was all the logistics issues, shipping issues, if you wanted to buy a new ice box, it was costing you $3,300. It didn't sound like a firm number, but Trey said about $3,000.
That's whoa.
And my buddy Perry, that's came here to play with me and kind of get out of the town for a weekend, but he's helping us out a little bit with our stream stuff here, and when he can, and see if I can get that video for him. But he immediately was like, "So when are they going to be available?" I want one. It's an unbelievably cool thing, and I don't know that there's a way for me to properly express how cool this thing is. They're talking about going cashless, having a tap-to-pay option, which on a mechanical device playing apparatus like a foosball table is revolutionary.
Yeah.
Just very, very cool.
So Tornado's doing stuff. Tornado's doing stuff.
Yeah, and it's just interesting because, new ideas float into the foosball sphere all the time. Happens all the time where someone's got a new idea for something, but it's usually format related, and it's always cool to see, and I will always support and cheer on anybody that's trying something new. But this is actually something innovative, revolutionary at the most fundamental level of how we play the game. So I think it's going to be really exciting as the larger community gets to see this thing. I can't believe people, if you're here in the tournament listening to us, you can go down and check it out right now. Grab a ball and go knock it around. And
so I think if you look at the premise of it, you're marrying what a younger generation gets in an interactive engagement with video games. You're getting some of that feedback loop from what's really a mechanical sport, foosball.
Well, I mean, there's a QR code projected as your game starts. You scan the QR code, and then you can manage your game mode.
Yeah, there's game.
I mean, just basically bringing this archaic game that we've been playing forever into the 21st century.
I think that one thing you got to remember, though, is I think it's awesome. I love it. I saw it. I think it's going to be amazing. I think it's a super different way to introduce the sport to people. The purists would never want all that stuff on there, I don't think. Because, imagine someone shooting a goal that's illegal, and the mileage thing or the speedometer pops up, and I'm sick of looking at a speedometer for these these illegal shots, or I don't want to look at this.
Well,
stuff.
you can eliminate that stuff. That's what I mean. All that is customizable.
Right.
So not right now, but maybe 20 years from now. I don't see a competitive play occurring on one of these things anytime soon. But as far as everyone talks about how do we grow the sport, what do we need to do to get more people in? I think this is something that will bring more eyes in the public setting to foosball.
It would be interesting to see how that can become that play. It's a virtual play surface, if you want to call it that. It's an interactive play. It's a digital play surface. However you want to describe it. If that play surface can be made into some kind of functional, competitive, I don't know if it can or can't. I haven't thought out of the box enough to imagine. Right now, it's a lot of stuff on the. It's like I said, my kids would rather play on that all day long than the table that I have. So that's the big hook.
I mean, Jay was telling me, the gentleman that developed the table was telling me, you can have a game mode where it's, as we're getting ready to get underway here, on the left of your screen, that's going to be the same gentleman we saw playing against Tony, that's Simon Veros, and on the right of your screen, out of Spain.
Yes, it is right now. Thank you very much.
That is going to be the head of our stream.
Yeah, French dude is
he's been very good. That's Javier Ruiz Moreras. And again, I apologize for butchering their names. As we are underway here.
Welcome everyone watching, anyone from overseas that's watching our free, no-charge coverage of the main event, Table 1. So we appreciate you watching. For any of you Americans watching right now, do you not work? What is going on right now? How can you?
Simon gets scoring underway here. It's now 1-0 in his favor. And if you're watching on InsideFoods.com, we appreciate your subscription.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. The difference between this and InsideFoods.com is we are eventually going to separate these matches for a search by player name, so you could watch it. It won't just be 3.5 hours of scrolling. These events will eventually come off of our YouTube.
You're saying eventually. I believe yesterday's coverage is being dissected right now.
Well, there you go. So it's good. I don't know everything. We will take this stuff down. It'll come off our YouTube. We'll separate the matches, but we want you to all enjoy this no-charge coverage of our. And please like and subscribe. You know how people say that. I've never actually said that.
We're doing the influencer thing? Yeah, I try to avoid that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it.
Smash that like button.
Smash that like button and subscribe.
As the young people say.
I usually fast forward through that.
Yeah, of course you do. Oh, Julian just jinxed us.
Why?
It just got choppy on our feed.
We'll see. All right.
He was so tentative to come up and
might
ask.
press a little button and do it intentionally.
Yeah, he just wants an excuse to come over and talk to us.
So this is Javi.
Javi now going to work from this
and
2
he's
bar.
from where?
Spain.
Oh, awesome.
España.
They took over the world at one point. You know that, right?
Well,
my last name is Torres, and I'm from the Philippines. Explain that. Spaniards. How's it going?
Wait, I won't go down that joke.
Just don't. Not here. It's not worth it. You'll lose every time.
Simon now, chance to increase his lead. Fires it near side. Doubles up. It's now 2-0. So obviously, Mark and I, you've had the chance of covering the international stage. You were at the World Cup a few years ago in Nantes. This is my first look at, I mean, I've obviously seen a lot of international players that come here and play on Tornado, but this is my first multi-table event.
Yeah. What do you think so far?
I think it's interesting just to get to see the different play styles from the different countries. We discussed that a little bit, but it's also cool just to get to see these, you know, champions, absolute warriors on the table for the first time that I've never heard of or seen play. And some of the names I have heard of, I just never gotten to see them play. Got a good look at Thomas Haas for the first time yesterday. That's a name I've been hearing as long as I've been around.
Well, right now the best player on Leonhardt and Tornado is Tony. We haven't seen Tony get tested yet on Bonzini and Garlando.
I haven't.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's played any of that over there.
Yeah, well, only on the main the main stage we have table 1 and 2, which is Tornado
and Leonhardt.
It's going to be interesting to see when they're going back and forth between the tables how that's managed.
I gotta say, it's funny, just something you wouldn't think about. But while I was talking to Donald Wilson earlier, an international player came up and asked for lubricant for the Garlando, and Donald just looked at her and, I think they're just using regular silicone. So watching table maintenance struggle with these tables that they're not, because it's obviously an American table maintenance crew.
Oh, that's right.
But now they're also, as I just reminded of it, because one of the guys is over there messing with the Bonzino. I don't know that they have any idea what they're doing with those things.
Yeah, they just we only use silicone here in the United States.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, that's funny.
As Simon there misses his shot, so Javi possession and a chance to cut into the lead.
Yeah, lubricant would have thrown it off, right? Like, what
do they use the same lubricant?
That reminds me of a meme, and the meme is a foreigner went into a restaurant and didn't know how to say the word utensils, so he asked for food weapons. Can I get food weapons? And the person said, that's what I'm calling it from now on, food weapons.
I mean, do you go to battle against your meal with the fork and knife?
In other countries, maybe
types of knives are weapons.
Yeah. Do you have any food weapons? All right,
Javi now.
Give him a fork and a knife.
Oh, nice pickup there. Goes off the back wall. And that's a table-long drive-by, as we call it here in the States.
This is pretty cool. So we have...
it's 3-2 now, still in favor of Varos from Slovakia.
Yeah, Spain versus Slovakia. How often do you get to see Spain versus Slovakia in the United States? Very rarely.
First for me, yeah.
You probably see
We're never going to get the World Cup, so...
You don't know that.
Oh.
You don't know that.
You know something I don't?
Yeah, you don't. Maybe.
Talking to Frito?
The issue with the World Cup in the United States or the Americas has always
the
been
logistics of that. You have to ship all the tables here
right.
versus just shipping Tornadoes over there. I mean, that makes sense.
You hold the World Cup in Vegas, and 2,000 people will never make it back.
It's not a bad way to go out. Simon hits a nice little runner up there. And a tie ball game. Nice adjustments by Javi.
So who do you think picks this as our main table? Slovakia or Spain?
It's got to be Slovakia. Or actually, there's not really an ITSF recognized Spanish table, is there? So it could be Javi.
I don't know if there is.
Problem is, this is the second match now we've seen for Simon on Tornado, but he was playing Tony the first match, so we don't know who picked that.
Well, so it probably means Tornado's his main table.
Yeah, I don't know what Slovakia plays either.
That's what I meant.
It could be Slovakia, it could be Spain. I don't know. I can't imagine the Spaniards because they're the ones with the one leg tables, the two leg table.
That table's not here, man.
I know, and it's not Roberto. There's a Spanish table that is not ITSF sanctioned.
It's wild. That way they play is completely wild.
Yeah. It is interesting to see no Roberto players here. But I do think Roberto probably, other than Bonzini, Roberto probably plays the most different from the other tables. And it probably has the smallest player base. I think it's just the Italians play Roberto.
Dude, but that player base in Italy is freaking ridiculous.
Oh yeah, wild.
It's obscene. It's crazy.
And the way they have the one ball rules over there, which is separate from ITSF play, as Simon fires that one near side. And he's got a 5-3 lead. I appreciate them doing a nice job taking care of the scoreboard for us. So this is your first look at this format. The tables here in the pit have what I'm calling iPads. They look like iPads. That graphic in the bottom left corner with the score on it, that is being updated by the players themselves. So you'll see them reach over, pull their score counter on the table, and then reach past the table, and they're monkeying with the iPad to update it. Which is pretty cool. Self-working graphics. As Javi now going to work on his 5. Javi, the only representative of Spain, I believe. Definitely the only one on the men's side. I don't believe any of the women are from Spain. Curious what he qualified on. So we came into this event, and obviously a lot happened very quickly. I didn't think we were going to be streaming until this morning, but we had a long day yesterday. And there's a lot of moving pieces going on as Simon misexecutes, but does it properly into the goal, so it's now 6-3. But we saw Javi in a hole earlier, and he dug himself out of it. See if he can do it again. These are races to 8. So if Javi wants to catch up, he is running out of time, but nice pick up there on the 3-bar.
And I think Tommy Yours getting rolled on table number, on another table.
Oh.
Let's see if we can zoom that table in a minute.
Yeah, that's the Saudi Arabian gentleman.
Yeah, well, this is a races to 8, so let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, let's focus on what we got. 6-4, Javi, not done yet. Which is funny because Tommy rolled his first match. He won 8-2.
Qualifying is fun, right? Qualifying, you get a chance to warm up, but depending on how everyone else is playing, you better get that warm-up match out of the way, and hopefully you win that warm-up match.
Well, the other thing is this is a multi-table event, but to qualify this, you don't have to be a good multi-table player. So I'm curious how many of these players are, studs on their table, but get on another table and, are lost.
Well, you could ask those questions like Tommy Yours played international competition, but we don't know if he's well practiced on Leonhardt in the last 2 years.
As it's now match ball for Simon Varos on the left of your screen. So every ball a must-have the rest of the way for Javi. And he's going to call timeout in this 7-4 ball game.
We want to put in some other variables too. When you leave your country to go compete, you pay money and you have expenses and you take time off, you work your ass off.
Yeah.
Unless you're a buffoon.
Well, also,
you don't go to the United States from
my
Saudi
understanding
Arabia
is the players playing in this event,
they still got to pay something. I don't care if they get things out sponsored.
I think they get travel packages and their entries covered.
You take time off work.
I mean,
You
yeah,
leave your
yes,
family?
there is a cost to it.
So
as we're underway here.
Time cost. So time thing. So I'm not going to Saudi Arabia not practicing.
Yes, obviously.
Right.
Also, I don't know what the availability is of tables are and of every table is in every country. As Javi able to collect possession again.
So the point I'm trying to make is right now Tommy Yor has his hands completely full on Tornado. We'll switch that if we can.
Javi goes 2-5 here. And goes the long way, but almost works it through.
Yeah,
interesting. It's a pretty slow, methodical game for Javi here. He's taking his time. He's not trying to kill the ball.
I'm pretty convinced now that Varos's table is Tornado. His home table
Yeah,
is Tornado.
This is a very complete game on the Tornado for Simon.
Tommy Yor is just got a
fires it far side and by a score of 8-4. Good fight from Javi Ruiz Moreras.
I was watching two tables at once.
Simon Varos. Yeah,
that was fine. We saw he won. But it's too late now. It's over. It's over. Don't even bother.
I know.
Tommy got destroyed on table number 5.
Which is funny because I think we saw that guy get destroyed earlier, didn't we? Didn't he lose that match? Oh, he was playing Stefan Burmettler.
I think Stefan. I think he.
Didn't Stefan whoop him?
I think Stefan beat him. I don't know if it was a beatdown.
But if you're beating down Tommy Yor in a Tornado, you're not a joke. This is not a.
No, dude. So this is the point I was trying to make. We just watched.
On the men's side, Tommy is the one who qualified on this table.
Yes. And so when you these are the things you can't account for. What's the human element? This guy came from Saudi Arabia, where he probably won. He might. I think Tornado is his own table. He practices and works. He probably works as many tables as he can, and he comes in here and wipes the floor with the Tornado World Series single champion. Now it's qualifying, and there's plenty of opportunity for these guys to meet up again. But
yes,
if you're betting, you'd bet on Tommy all day long.
You're not. I'm not counting Tommy Yor out by any stretch.
Let's go here. Let's go here. No, that's not. I want to look at me. You can see Tommy Yor there now.
Well, he walked out on him pretty quickly. But I love to see him rocking his Florida jersey. Not a Florida native, but been there my entire adult life. So I'm going to see that. Although he's in upstate New York now, I think.
I'm gonna go.
He's up there with Tom.
I'm gonna speak to Julian for a second. Mute my mic. I'm gonna speak to
But okay, yeah.
You're
on. I don't mind. Yeah, I guess if you're not going to be here, I'm not going to talk to myself. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back as soon as we have more action here on table number 1. And we welcome you back to Inside Fusa's coverage of the 2025 ITSF Tornado World Series. We are... I'm glad folks got to see that as I sat down. My wardrobe malfunction here. It's not as bad as it looks on the booth cam. It's just my fanny pack.
It is. It's your fanny pack. It is as bad as whatever you imagine.
It's not like I busted my pants
His
or anything.
fanny pack had a wardrobe malfunction.
Anyway, I went upstairs to grab my stuff since I have to play later, and we had some downtime. Anyway, yes, welcome back. We got a good one for you here coming up on table 1.
Ooh, let's get it. Let's get to table 1.
Yeah.
In a second here when we do
As
this.
you can see, our competitors entering the arena. On the right of your screen is going to be Tony Sprademan. On the left, why is the graphic on table 1 was updated? Why is our graphic on our stream not?
Let's mute for a second and figure that part out. Oh, wait a minute.
Wrong one. I don't know what you just turned off, but that wasn't it. All right, folks, if you can hear us. Oh, right at Mark just left the booth. Our stream was frozen on our feed, but as he vacated, it fixed itself. So I'm going to mute myself again and try and call Mark so he doesn't have to.
All right, we are back. This is hot and heavy and rolling.
Did you unmute us? Okay, you did. Yeah. All right. He is being so helpful.
Yeah, he's bad. He's good. He's great. He's great. So what is it? We have a 0-0.
We are underway here. Yeah, we just got fired up.
1-0. Already got a lead.
That's
This gentleman, whatever his name is.
I think yeah, we had our list on the thing, and it says SA, and there was a player from Saudi Arabia listed. It's on the flyer. It's listed at Ahmed Essa, as he's now got a 2-goal lead.
Well, let's give some context. So this guy just blew out Tommy Yor. He blew out Tommy Yor in the third round
on Tornado,
and he's already. Yeah, this is choppy, but he's already flashed out to. Is he 2-0 right now or 3-0?
It's 2-0.
It's 2-0. He's on fire. This guy.
Yeah.
And this happens every once in a while.
Pretty sure his shirt and our graphics says Swanee. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So we're going to stick with that assumption. Like I said, obviously there was some confusion as to how it was listed on the flyers. Tony tries to go to the far side, can't get it. So Swanee now, chance to take a 3-goal lead with the ball in the back.
This is a good test for anybody, though. What is your 2-bar shooting like against Tony's zone?
Yeah. So Tony is at the top of the list on the qualifiers. I got a chance to peek at it while we had our break there. So this is not a must-win game by any means for Tony. I'm pretty sure he's already qualified for the top 8. But Bud was telling me they do seed it. So you don't want to drop these matches.
But the calculus does change. So, frankly, when you play Swiss events at this high of a level, Tony may take this opportunity. I don't think he'll throw it, but he'll take the opportunity to get reads and figure out if he has to deal with this guy in the main event. What is he
How do you
dealing
want
with?
to attack him? Yeah. As Tony tries to shoot with his right hand, not something we see a lot from him in singles. No. Swanee taking his time on the 5-bar here, and Tony denies him.
So, do we know that our patrons or whoever's watching are seeing the chop? That they're seeing this delayed?
I don't know if they're, but when I was rewatching, we had some sound issues yesterday. And if we're having sound issues, feel free to reach out to Mark or I to let us know. We think we've got it corrected. We took some steps, but
Let's hear from you in the
we
chat.
can't hear it
if
on our
you guys are seeing, we get some delays in the image quality, and we want to get some feedback from you if you're also seeing it. So if you're in the chat, we're
So
working on
there were
something
some moments where it was choppy on the YouTube yesterday, but I question whether or not that was our stream or if that's the feed being choppy for the folks at home too. So I don't know. That could be OBS. We're not technically sound people. We're just here to sit here and talk about it. But our French team has been very helpful. Big thanks to them. And while we're on the topic, big thanks to Mariam Ali for doing all the hard work for us this weekend. As we're still here in a 2-2 ball game. And Tony going to put the ball back into play on his 5-bar. Interesting ball out in front. Tries a hook. Gets it back. Oh, the off the wall, back to the wall. Almost lethal pass and foosball.
Did you call it the most lethal pass in foosball?
I've been calling it that since I started doing this. Tony fires that one down the middle, cuts the lead in half now, 2-1.
The most lethal pass in foosball is the one that goes into the goal. That's the most lethal.
Well, that would be a misexecution then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's lethal. Tony was notorious for those off-the-wall, into the goal passes in his early days when he caught it less and scored it more.
Oh, yeah, I do it all the time. Jimmy calls it the Keith special when I misexecute and it ends up in the goal. As good straight on the pull shot setup there for Swanee, so 3-1 now. Tony with the flippy. Not something we see from him often, but effective. Now 3-2.
I'm trying to check the comments here. And
Somebody will message us directly if we're still having an issue.
yeah, feel free to direct message us. If you're seeing a delay in the image quality sometimes,
Choppy, I call it. It's not really a delay. It's just we're freezing up on us. It just happened right there. It's still happening. So if your stream is choppy where I just made that comment, please let us know. Tony bluffed at the pull kick, then tried it. And Swanee able to get out there and deny him. Taking his time surveying here. Fires a good push shot, but finds the back wall. Tony can't hang on, so back to Swanee. Fires a good pull shot down the middle. It's now 4-2.
this dude is just
Yeah. Well, we saw him playing against Von Burtmetler earlier, and it was pretty competitive. I thought Burtmetler beat him, but this guy is going toe-to-toe with the biggest dogs on Tornado as Tony fires that one down the middle. Now 4-3.
Tony's firing back.
We had this conversation yesterday, and if you've ever watched Tony play, you know what we're talking about. There are gears to his game, and he can flip a switch if he needs to. Let's see how he adjusts here in a 4-3 ball game. Is Swanee able to work that one up through the lane?
Oh,
I don't know if he did that on
He's
purpose.
fist
He's fist pumping. Tony's laughing.
yeah, this is two people going at it. Look at it.
There it is.
It's
Tony
happening.
giving it right back
It's
to him.
happening right now. It's
I
happening
can't
right
tell.
now.
We can't really see Tony's face. I thought he was laughing.
No, I know what Tony's face is looking like right now. He's just snickering. He's got the look
Okay.
on his face.
He
Like,
did it back to him playfully, but there have been
it's not
times
just
where
playful, brother.
I've seen people show Tony up before, and they get that
Yeah.
stare from him, and that's basically your indication that the match is now
He
over.
just shot his 5-bar shot. He's going to go after him now. Who jarred?
Probably. Well,
No. They're going at it right now. This
Yeah.
is not playtime.
that's-
Tony feels like someone's trying to take his gold medal away, and he's not going to.
Oh, beautiful grab there to turn over. Tony sprayed him, and
Ooh,
Swanee playing some great defense, calls timeout. Oh, Tony's laughing. Yeah, he's chuckling.
Yeah, but it's a smile. But don't make no mistake about it. When when he's pumping his fist back at you, that's a retort. It's not. Make no mistakes about it.
One of the first times I ever met Tony, he came up to Jacksonville playing one of our locals.
Want to get
good let the people look at us?
No,
look
not
at
us.
Look at them? Well, us for a second.
You can't see Tony, but he's talking to somebody and shaking his head.
It was a meaningless local, and somebody showed him up and tossed a rod on him in a handicap singles event, and Tony just looks up at the table, looks at him, doesn't react at all, and the dude didn't score another goal.
His people really know Tony that have known him for the 20 years he's been competing at this level. Know that he's angry. He has a fury.
It's a 6-4 ball game now. Oh, sprayed him in. I don't know if he was trying to drive by that or just hit that second man, but ends up with Swanee anyway.
Wow, this dude is hot, dude.
Yeah, he's
This
flying.
guy is hot right now, and he's coming after it. He has no fear.
Yeah. Oh, Tony.
Tony is going to he's going to have to get that other gear. Tony's not going to win.
Well, there you go. Another flippy. Second one of the match. Because leading half now 6-5. Tony nice enough to update the score for us there.
And I think it's tie at 7.
It's tied at 7, yeah. So important ball here.
He has crushed the dead bar, recoiled, and threw the rod at Tony.
Yeah. So if I had to make a prediction, we're going to have a 7-7 ball game here. And we're halfway there. Let's see how this goes.
Is it 7-7 now, or 7-6? I can't tell. I mean,
It's 7-6.
yeah.
If it was 7-7, the match would be over.
I couldn't see. There was a delay right when it happened.
Yeah. Got a little choppy there on us.
Tony's seen everything you could see. He's seen all levels of hot and cold and going lukewarm. He has been in every single battle-tested situation. And he's sitting there being reflective. He's not wasting his time. He's not dwelling. He's just thinking, what do I need to do? Reaching into his bag of tricks from all the experiences and trying to figure out, what do I need to do to get this last ball?
Well, if I can make a prediction here before this comes to a conclusion, this is going to make for an exciting elimination match if they both make it. And I hope we get to see them play again.
Oh, on goal.
In an elimination match.
Just, like,
as Tony now has a chance to tie it up here and end the match. Fires near side. And it's 7-7 tie. So I'm correct on one prediction so far. So
he didn't know that it was 7-7 ties.
Yeah. So I really hope we get to see them play each other in the elimination.
Come here, Terry. Come here, Terry Rue. Huh? Saudi Arabia. Come here. Saudi Arabia. I'm gonna get you on the camera. I want to get you.
Pretty sure he's from Saudi.
Let's do this. I want to get.
His name is not on the list of the banner, but there was a player listed from Saudi Arabia, so
Hold on a second. Hey, give Terry a headset. Oh, come here for a minute. I want to talk to you. Get over here. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. Then. Oh, fine. All right, yeah, he's fine. I want to get out of here then. Get out of here. Hey, can you call that kid over here? What's his name?
Dude, we have no idea.
I'm gonna go talk to him. Hey,
Okay, I'll mute you and take your headset off. Don't yank it out of the. All right, so you guys can just look at me and my radio face. As the lights just kicked off in here. I don't know if you could tell that, but that was Mark Torres harassing Terry Rue. I think trying to get a clarification on how this event is working. But Mark is on his way to do some investigative journalism. I think we are. He's going to go bug that young gentleman who is obviously very comfortable on Tornado. That was no small task he just accomplished in that tie. I'm just going to double check, make sure you folks can hear me on my phone here. Just make sure. It's going to be weird to pull up my own face on my phone, but also, for some reason, I've been getting great service in here. Anyway. Come on. Mark is now stalking him through the room. Did you get his name? It is, but what's his first name? It is Ahmed Swani. So could it just be that he goes by a different last name? Because the individual from Saudi Arabia on the list is an Ahmed. I am. You're not.
All right. Check.
You didn't even have a headset on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you get
Oh, Chris Valentine chiming in. Appreciate it. His name is Swani, or Ahmed. Yeah. He is the top player in Saudi Arabia. He was in Tampa last week playing with us. Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
So I know that I had heard that, but I thought it was a female player.
It says Ahmed Essa on the list.
Okay, it's him. Like,
it's got to be, right? That's just weird that it.
Well, the point. Let's keep this narrow and focus. It's possible that there was a substitution because we did see one of the female players couldn't make it, I think, and there was a substitution. That's possible, or it could just be the spelling, because there's clearly the guy should be here. Whoever the hell he is, he should be here. He's a beast on Tornado. Tony just pointed out to me while I was over there how badass the dude was.
Yes.
So I don't care what his name is. He
deserves to be
here.
here.
He qualified somehow.
We're not arguing about his justification of being
I
here.
think he's the best. If he's from Saudi Arabia, he seems to me like he's the best Tornado player in Saudi Arabia.
That's what I was just notified of by Mr. Valentine, the promoter down there in Tampa now, formerly Kansas City. Appreciate that, Chris.
So all the power went out. The lights went out
on all the tables on this little corner of the room. The far side is fine.
Now this went out. This happened last year.
Did it?
And it burned out. It
We're
blew
just
out a
keeping
camera.
a tradition.
It blew out a camera.
I think our cameras are still fine. I just checked the stream and it seemed to be all right.
So what happens when you go to? We go to this view. Okay. Now you can see the lights are off. Go to the.
Yeah, I'll let you see the table. What we're looking at here. It's frozen again. I think that's us switching. I think that's what's causing that freeze. It'll catch back up.
All right.
The folks at home might be able to see it fine.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know at home if you see a live – well, there's no one over there. Never mind.
We'll see Tony disappear and on our end.
We're going to take an opportunity now. I'm going to grab some coffee, but I'm also going to tell Julian to maybe implement – as he figure out this power thing.
So his solution, I almost don't know if that's worse. Cure is worse than the disease kind of thing. What he was saying is that we will. Okay, it is frozen on that end. Thank you, Perry.
Yeah.
So our stream.
Can you hear us, Perry? Can you hear us talking? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Perry.
Well, let's take a look at this view while we're here. Then go back to the other.
Yeah, let him.
Let's let him look at.
That's our friend Perry helping us out there. Yeah, there's Perry. Wave to the camera, Perry. Perry, founder of the First Coast Foosball Academy.
Let me tell you what's happening right now.
The reason I'm here.
About 60 unemployed Americans are watching you wave right now with that camera.
We're about to get 70 messages from people at work saying,
yeah, they hate stop talking. Is it? Yeah, is it making you crazy? All right, we're going to get some coffee, and I'm going to talk to Julian and Miriam. So let's give it a break for a second since the lights are off, and we're not going to have a match for a bit.
You went out, you left the booth to try and fix our stream. It fixed itself. You mentioned the lights, and they immediately come back on.
That's how good I am. That's how good I am.
Tell me I'll never win the lottery.
You're going to win the lottery for sure.
Please set the language. Why is that showing up again? I was doing that earlier. Oh, but we're back, I assume, live. Tony disappeared.
Hey,
but
Perry,
the TVs are still cut off above the scaffolding there.
Maybe that's why it is.
Let people see what we're talking about. The TVs on the one of them just came back on, but the one over table one is still off.
Maybe they're going to come on one at a time slowly.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I love. This is not a Inside Foods production thing, man. This is a ITSF. And the French team are going to be handling all this for us. We get to wait patiently as they call a next matchup and get coffee.
Yeah.
Unless you want to sit here and keep and hang out with the folks, I'm going to go.
No, I just I don't mind keeping folks at home company, but
What
yeah,
happened-
it's not a bad idea to get some water or coffee.
What happened to the area where you is that the,
It's because we're on the booth cam.
oh
Watch here. Ready?
yeah, do it. Well, it's we want to give
Now
them,
it looks like so if you want to once you go back to this though, you have to scroll over.
yeah. Okay, let's mute our cameras and give them the view. But
How do you mute a camera?
you mean
Yeah,
mute
folks,
that.
we'll be back in just a little bit. We're gonna take a break, and then as soon as
I
we have
need
a
you
match,
to shut
we'll be
up
back.
more often. Who's messing?
You need me to shut up more often?
Yes, yes.
I was gonna say anything, but I've gotten some
Good
complaints
Lord.
about
Good
somebody
Lord.
talking. I apologize about that, folks, as we welcome you back to Inside Foods' coverage of the 2025 Tornado ITSF World Series. Usually it takes these guys a little bit longer to get going. On the left of your screen, that's Tommy Orr. On the right, Tony Sprademan. Tommy currently up 4-3. As Tony denies that attempt and collects on his 5-bar. This is a big match for Tommy. He is currently on the outside looking in as far as qualifying for the elimination rounds. As Tony strokes that one home to the near side, it's now 4-4-4. Tony, however, won his first 3 and tied his last one on Tornado against Ahmed Aswani out of Saudi Arabia. There's Tommy with the steal there. This is always a great matchup. This is a race to 8. That's the second goal of that kind that Tommy has put home. It's now 5-4. Tony looking to equalize. Far to the far side, 5-5. So this format, it's a race to 8, but if both players get to 7, it's a tie. On the format, as far as how that works, a win is worth 2 points, tie is worth 1. Tommy taking his time, walks, fires near side, puts it into the wall, collects the rebound. Tony fighting for it, and it comes to rest under Tommy's 3-bar. Tommy fires that one down the middle. It's 6-5 now. Important ball here. If Tommy can get one more, he guarantees himself at least 1 point. Could use 2. Oh, hammers it, but just a little too hot. As Tony shoots with his left hand, and Tommy turns him over. Chance to get to 7 here. Blocks, fires down the middle. Tony blocks. Tommy collects on his 3. And Tommy calls timeout. Big ball here. That is a good timeout call. If you haven't been following lately, Tony has been dominating on a bunch of different tables. Came back to the United States to play in the Hall of Fame Classic in Vegas and tripled. Because of the gold final here, as Tommy gets that one to go, locks up at least a point. But the elimination round is seeded, so it's not that Tony doesn't need this to qualify, but it does matter for seeding. As Tommy can't connect on the 2-5 there. Tony works it along the wall. But Tony has already locked up open mixed. Discussion of a jar. Tommy gives it up. Good sportsmanship. And Tony now a chance to cut in the lead here. Fires down the middle. That's now 7-6. So match ball for Tommy. If Tony scores, we end in a tie. This is the last ball either way. And Tony gets the steal. Oh, and Tommy, nice job to dig that one out as he got a piece of it on his 5 and was headed for pay dirt. Oh, can't hang on to the up on the 2-5. Tony, a little too hot on the wall pass. And Tommy a little too high. And, oh, Tommy, nice job there to deny that pass attempt. Tony will go back to work, 2-5. Can't hang on, and Tommy picks it up. Possession on his 3-bar and a chance to put away the match. Fires it to the far side. I think my stream chopped up a little bit there. And Tommy Yore, by a score of 8-6, secures those crucial 2 points. And hands Tony Sprademan his first loss in this gold finals here at the 2025 ITSF World Series, Tornado World Series. If you're just joining us, my name is Keith Glenn. Alone in the booth at the moment, but Mark Torres has been joining me periodically throughout the weekend. Currently dealing with real life work stuff.
You only do that against me?
And I have been having a hard time getting the Coral information to pull up on my phone all weekend. So I'm not entirely sure where we sit. I know Tommy really needed that one, and I know Tony, I believe, is guaranteed to get in now, just fighting for seeding.
We play here now?
It does appear we're going to have a little bit of a break here. I'll let you guys check out the room. I'm not going to go anywhere. I had to step out of the booth a second ago, and I did not expect them to start going so quickly, so I do apologize about that. But I will not vacate the area, so we make sure we don't miss any more action. But sit tight, and we will be back as soon as we get another match here on table number 1. And we welcome you back to Inside Foos's coverage of the 2025 Tornado ITSF World Series. Got a good one coming up for you here on table number 1. As soon as we update our graphic here, I can tell you who Tommy Yore is about to play. But Tommy Yore off to a little bit of a rough start in this event after he got his gold ticket here at the ITSF World Series last year. Oh, that's a player. So Tommy Yore is going to be on the left. That's Javier Ruiz Moreras out of Spain on the right. We just saw a moment ago Tommy Yore hand Tony Sprademan his first loss in this event after Tony went 3 wins and a tie before playing Tommy. So if I understand the format correctly, I believe this should be this should be the last round of qualifiers. I have to say, I don't know how it was seeded, but from what I think we've only seen one pool of the qualifying matches. Tommy Yore, Javier Ruiz Moreras, Tony Sprademan, Stefan Bergmettler, Ahmed Aswani, and Simon Varos. So the other 6 players were on the other side. And obviously the point of this is that it's supposed to be a who's who of the best players in the world in singles as we're underway here. Tommy Yore denied his first 2 attempts. Nice job keeping that loose ball out by Javier as Tommy now. And what it feels like a must-have match for him, I believe, without looking at the actual points. But this side of the qualifier that we've seen is... It's wild that 2 of these players, who are all phenomenal, won't get into the elimination round. I don't know if one side is harder than the other, but this side, the play we've seen on this side has been intense, to say the least. As Tommy gets a little bit of a break there, so he has a 1-0 lead now, while Howie goes back to work. Tries a hook, and that ball's going to come to rest, so Tommy will put it back into play. Tommy now setting up for the rollover. Walks, fires near side. Javi, nice job staying put up on that. He was camped out there. Tommy anticipating the jump. Oh, nice little unmanned pass there for Tommy. As he hits a hook, and it's now 2-0. Javi passing far wall. Tommy, nice dig there. Fires that one along the far wall. Chance to make it 3-0. Fires to the far side. 3-0 in favor of Yore. Javi looking to collect himself, calls timeout. While we're doing that, I'm going to take a stab. At pulling up Coral here. Okay, that's not going to work. All right, don't want to mess with our stream here, as my apologies, folks. Didn't realize it came back to play, and it's now 3-1. Javi getting back on the board here. Actually, I believe last I looked, I think this is a must-win for both. I think they're both fighting for one of those last 4 spots in this pool. Tommy with the quick pin shot to the near side. 4-1 now. again, unable to work it through. Your tries to go second man. I don't know if that was a misexecution or Javi got a piece of it, but it ends up in the corner. So Javi looking to go 2-5 here. Fires a shot on goal. Your zone holds up. Tommy tries one of his own. And it lands on Javi's 3-bar, so Javi working the tic-tac. Fires a pull kick to the near side, obviously. Well, I guess you can hit a middle pull kick. And it's now 4-2. Oh, Tommy with a nice break there. Javi got a big piece of that. But Tommy put it in 4-wheel drive, and it advances to his 3. Taps, fires near side, 5-2 now. Javi on the pickup, 5-3 now. Tommy tries a hook, ends up back in his goal area, and another unmanned pass. That was shot, and he goes with a pin shot again to the near side, 6-3 now. And timeout is called. I believe Tommy called that one. As we take a look at our competitors there. And you get a look at this very cool pit area. As our feed just froze up. I apologize, folks. This is something that's corrected itself in the past. I'm hoping it does so quickly here. I can kind of get a little bit of a radio call while it unfreezes itself. Oh, there we go. All right, Tommy along the far wall. We didn't miss any action. Still 6-3. Fires far side, and Tommy guarantees himself a point. And 1 ball away from 2. Great ball a must-have now for Javier Ruiz Morales. Goes off the back wall, able to collect. Tic-tac and tries to try to push kick. Can't find the mark. And Tommy with the left hook puts it away by a score of 8-3. And Tommy Yor winning 2 matches in a row. I'm going to see if I can get a look at our pit area here. See if I can actually figure this out. Okay, I think I have it. Maybe. I've literally got every event on this choral list except for the gold finals that I'm trying to discuss. I don't like change. I'm kidding. But I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm going to mute myself here, folks. I'll be back as soon as I can maybe hopefully figure this out. Or we have another match, one way or the other. Sit tight. Hey folks, if you still have your stream up, I've been getting a lot of questions messaged my way, and I had some inquiries of my own. What you're looking at now in the pit area, completely vacated pit area, is the podium. They're going to be doing the award ceremonies for open mixed and classic doubles. The elimination rounds of the gold finals, if that's what you're sticking around for, should be starting shortly thereafter. I think they're aiming for 2 o'clock local time. Maybe a little delayed, but we'll be here to bring you all the coverage of that as soon as it's done, as well as the award ceremonies for those events. So we'll be back in just a bit.
2 points. There are still 2 runs back for Ahmed. I can't do this. Nana's still smiling.
Wow.
There it is.
Oh my God, I'm so happy for him.
Oh my God. There it is, the split. He is the world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the community, please join us for the ceremony of mixed doubles. Please give a warm round of applause to Brandon Munoz and Isabel Stelly. Congratulations to Brandon and Isabel. The runners-up after a heated battle in the final on table number 1, we have Hannah Buffkin and Tommy Yo. And finally, the world champions of the ITSM 25 World Series Mixed Doubles, Sylvia Bindili and Tony Spredeman. Please give a final round of applause to our mixed doubles podium. Congratulations. We will now be presenting the podium for Open Classic. In third place, please congratulate Mike York and Warren Van Landingham. Mike York, Warren Van Landingham, please make your way to the pits for your medal. In second place, the runners-up, big round of applause for Metzger Schupp and Stefan Bermetler.
I know.
And finally, the champions of Open Classic Tornado World Series 2025, Cody Barber and Jacob Baldos. There he is.
Oh, yeah.
And now for the Nations Team Event Women's Cup. In second place, we have United States of America.
We all have the same one. Nope.
Welcome everyone and thank you. We will begin the elimination phase of the ITSF Gold League Finals in 5 minutes.
or did you win? I don't know. I didn't.
So I said number. There's no number. Okay. Wait. Then I guess we flip again for ball here.
And we welcome you back to Inside Foos's coverage of the 2025 ITSF Tornado World Series. We are about to get down to the action here in the elimination rounds of the gold finals.
Let's get a look at the table, and I want to talk about. So Americans are familiar with Stefan Bermettler because of his amazing run at this event last year, and I'm sure these guys are super well known overseas, internationally. The lesser known in the United States is his brother Daniel Bermettler, and he's also a superstar. He's of course they're playing to get against each other with each other all the time. And here he is in the final 8. So he's done his work. There's been some incredible talent that's got eliminated. Thomas Haas eliminated. We're talking about animals that didn't make it.
Neither German made it.
Yeah.
That was in this event.
Yeah. Let's look. The brackets
the
are
two
up.
Germans, Javi.
No, Javi's from Spain, right?
Javi. I'm just trying to note the players that were eliminated. Javi Ruiz Morales was eliminated, and Thomas Haas, Augustus Juice. That's my attempt at the native
names.
pronunciation.
I'm sure you're going to hate us.
And
We'll
who
get
else?
better. Every year we'll get better.
And I think Benjamin Wilford out of Austria was the third Austrian. There were 3 Austrians in this event. I'm pretty sure they're the ones that were eliminated.
So we're at the mercy of the engineering production team, we're banking on. They're going to get the appropriate view up in a minute. So bear with us.
They'll be on it. They've been pretty good all weekend.
Yeah, they've been amazing to work with. We've been working out the kinks every hour. We've been figuring something out.
Honestly, our French team has been great with us. For the folks watching at home, those of you who appreciate the fact that there's only so many things that are in our control, we appreciate that. For everybody else, we hear you, but there's a lot that goes into this that I'm sure you.
So we've narrowed it down to the top 8 in the men's and the women's. If you go to the Inside Foos Facebook page,
yeah.
Yep, and if you go to our YouTube channel, if you're on our YouTube channel, those brackets are now linked. If you guys want to hear a quick mention on how we find this stuff, because we just learned how to find it, you go to tablesoccer.org. You scroll down to it's listed as 2 events. It's the 2025
Yeah, I think that's where everybody got mixed up.
So it's the 2025 Tornado World Series, and it's the gold finals, and then there's buttons to the right that say live, and those are where the brackets are. And so you click on the live, and that's where you find the live brackets for all events in the World Series event, or all the 2 brackets for the gold final.
Yeah, I think that's what got people tripped up. It's certainly what confused me, and I think my buddies at home that were messaging me about it. But yeah, basically, if you go to the ITSF website, you go down to this event, the ITSF World Series, the Gold Cup or the Gold Finals is listed as a separate tournament. It is not listed under the ITSF World Series umbrella.
Now, let's talk about something else. This is, if you have not seen multi-table foosball before, which is most Americans, it's awesome. So they both chose their home table, and for the Austrians, it's Garlando, and for the Americans, Tommy, he picked Tornado, and so they're going to go back and forth against each other on the tables until they hit, I don't know what the
yeah, I'm not entirely sure what we're going to. We'll figure it out pretty quick. But just for the folks at home, if you haven't been able to find that gold thing, since we're going to be working in the men's first, I'll clue you in on this. The 1 seed in the event, Tony Sprademan, squaring off from Saudi Arabia, Ahmed Swani, who tied Tony and
blasted Tommy.
And he plays on Tornado, so that's going to be a straight Tornado matchup there.
Mm-hmm.
The 5-4 matchup, Johan Sikot from France and Martin Dusso from the Czech Republic. The matchup we're getting here is the 3-6 matchup. The 3 seed, Daniel Bertmiller, squaring off against 6-seeded Tommy Yor. And the 7-2 matchup, the 7 seed, Simon Varos out of Slovakia. And Stefan Bertmiller, the 2 seed out of Austria. So this is going to be a good one. If you're curious about the women's side. The 1 seed, Jamala Nader, against the out of Germany against the Austrian 8 seed Ellie McDonald. Sorry, McDonald cut me off. The 5-4 matchup, the 5 seed Kati Sarbulescu against Romania, I believe.
Romania.
And Lin Tran out of Germany is the 4 seed. The 3 seed Angela Costa squaring off against Veronika Mincheva out of the 6 seed. And then the 7 seed Jana Pankova squaring off against the lone American in the event, Sullivan Rue, the 2 seed.
Okay, I'm looking at the rules for this, the format here. And when you look at the format here, it says they are playing multi-table format, which means they'll be swapping tables. And they are playing best of 5, so it looks like it's 3 out of 5. Win by 2 with no limit. So you can beat 20. You can beat someone 27-25. And so that says in case of 4-4 in the 5th set.
So it's 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5, but on the and I don't know how they must flip a coin to see.
Yeah,
whose table
I
is first.
think it's when instead of picking side, you pick table.
Yeah.
So I don't think a coin flip has ever had such a big impact on a match as
Yeah,
this
which-
format.
Oh, but I think in the 5th game. So hold on.
Did they go
two
back
goals
and forth?
no limit.
Ball to wall.
They did it. They changed the format all the time. But in prior formats, they did 2 points and then switch tables with 2 points. I don't know if they're going to go full game. They might go full game on each table, and then when they get to the 5th game, when they might switch table every 2 points if they go to.
Yeah, okay.
We're going to figure this out. It is not. If you look at the page,
If only someone in the booth had covered a World Cup before and understands the
dude,
format.
they changed the format multiple times. Dude, your shit is weak, bro.
Watch your language. This is a
I don't
family-friendly
have to. I
stream.
do not have to. They change the format every year. By the way.
Yeah. So 2 years ago was something different.
Yes, 100%. So today, yesterday they did a. Was it today? They ran the 30. That was
Yesterday for the Nations Cup.
Yeah,
In the World Cup, they were on to 40.
Yes. They're on the 40. So anyway, this is going to be fun to watch. We're going to figure it out with you, real time. They're just getting warmed up over there. Clearly, looks like they're starting on Garlando maybe. You know who's not here? Surprising if he even attempted to qualify is Kevin Hunsdorfer, who is one of the. He's a ITSF 2-time World Series singles champion, and he beat
World
Frederick-
Series on
World
what
Cup,
table?
World Cup.
Oh, World Cup. Okay.
World Cup. 2-time singles. I think Vermettler beat Hunsdorfer, but he's the dominant force on Garlando. He beat Federico at the World Cup in singles. So that's
Wow.
like a it's ultra rare event. But he's a monster. He's not here.
When did he beat Federico in the World Cup?
Well, Federico hasn't played a World Cup in I don't know 15 years or
Okay,
something.
so a while back.
Yeah, but he
One
was
of the
like,
first World
but
Cups.
he was like 17 years old.
Oh,
He
okay,
was
yeah.
he was the guy, right?
Yeah.
He was the guy.
He
He's
was
an
the Burt
absolute
Mettler
beast.
back then.
If you watch the finals of Austria in the U.S. The World Cup, that was not in 2019. Kevin Horsthofer played Tony, and they just went at it, man. And it was a break-even. It was a break-even match. He played them ball for ball, shot for shot to the very end, and then now I think that singles match was part of the difference why the U.S. took second at that World Cup. One part of the difference. Other part is some of the U.S. representatives weren't there. You didn't have Brian Moore. You didn't have Billy Pappas. You're missing. You didn't have Brandon Moore.
Yeah, the team in the World Cup that was delayed because of COVID was it was a good team, not taking anything away from them, but it
Yeah.
was not your usual
You were missing
World Cup teams.
You were missing 3 or 4 of the greatest American players of all time. If you don't have Billy Pappas, you don't have Brian Moore, you don't have Brandon Moreland.
Yeah.
You didn't have Tommy Orr.
They didn't have Tommy Orr. You had, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
Oh,
great
Sparky and Serge
Yeah,
went.
they were great. They did super well.
Michael Stahl got in
yeah,
there. It was Todd, Terry, I think.
Terry wasn't there. It was Terry Rue. Yep.
Is that another one they were missing? I thought he was there.
Who?
Terry went.
Terry
but-
Rue was there.
Yeah.
Robert Morris was not there. That's another one.
Yeah,
Robert
no,
Morris
I mean,
was
like
there.
the big dogs that you expect to
Yeah.
show up and win those. Blake and Ryan won the multi-table a couple years ago.
Yeah. Blake was not there either.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
So granted, not to take anything away from that team, including 2 of my great friends that played on that team, it wasn't like the United States had all their top dogs.
Yeah, they didn't throw their best punch there. As we are approaching well, just
As we-
past
as
the
we
2:30
approached- As we approach the time limit for how long you're allowed to warm up, because these guys,
They announced that this would start at 2:30. It's now 2:32. And it's just funny that they're. I don't know if this was a gentleman's agreement that they would each warm up on the table that they're less comfortable on.
no, it's pretty standard fare. It's really how long they can push
Milk
the
it,
envelope
yeah.
before you get judges. Maybe we don't know if the judges are a prerequisite now for certain.
Also,
like,
I see Reed walking with the clipboard. Is he an ITSF certified? Obviously, he's got an ITSF certified jersey on.
maybe we should go back to. Do people want to watch this warm up for a minute, or do we want to give the broad view of what's happening? I don't know. Want to show it?
Let's see the redirected there on the right side of your screen. You get the zoomed out view of these folks warming up.
You can see table maintenance going on to the table of the right of the main pit.
The Bonzini there.
Yeah, Bonzini is a new property. Most of the people here, I think all of them are tornado technicians, if you want to call them that. They put the tables together.
Well, so the table maintenance crew as a whole for the whole tournament is an American used to tornado. A lot of the French team that has been helping us with the stream has also been involved in the table maintenance in the pit. I did notice that they the guys moving the tables in and out. That is
Yeah.
not the regular local crew.
Yeah, because they probably know way more about the table.
Yeah, I mean you don't want a couple guys that have been working tornado tournaments for the last 10 years,
Yeah.
know how to work in tornado inside and out, but then they see a Bonzini and it's just like, what the heck is this?
There's the younger, you can see him, the younger Stefan Vermettler walking through there.
Which one's the older brother?
The bigger one. So the younger one
Okay.
is.
Are you assuming that just because
No,
he's
I can
bigger?
see them, dude. I can see them. He's Stefan.
They both, I mean, we're getting old. They both look different to me.
So, I mean, that's a good point. I think yeah, I'm pretty sure, man. Is that the view? Because is that view going to change at some point? That view is not. This
That's
view.
our view.
This is the
Yeah,
view.
we're on the feed's on a delay.
How long of a delay?
Oh. All right, switch back.
Oh, it's a huge. Okay.
All right, and it does look like we are set to get underway. It's curious. I didn't like the tornado balls. I'm very familiar with, and I've only had limited exposure to the other table's ball. But I didn't realize they were as particular about the less textured balls on Garlando and Bonzini. But our competitors here are checking out the balls, trying to figure out what they're going to play with. And we are going to remember that this is an unbiased broadcast. Although I did get some messages telling us to be more biased.
Who? From who? Name them.
But
Name
I'm
them
not going to
You
publicly
have
name
one-
them after
you
they
have- no,
DM'd
You
me.
have one friend, Jimmy Love.
He may have been amongst them.
You have one
It was in
friend.
a group chat, and everyone else agreed.
This is an unbiased
I
broadcast.
have friends.
You want to know why? I like the underdog, and the underdog is often the Americans because they're. I'm sorry, underdog are often the international players because they're not playing on their home table. Now this is different.
Multi-table event.
Yeah, this is what. Now that we got Tommy Yor and Garlando, Tommy Yor's the underdog on Garlando.
Yeah, I think Daniel is probably better on Tornado than Tommy is on Garlando, even though
Yes,
I
that's
haven't
true.
seen Tommy play Garlando. Is Garlando out of Austria? Is that the country it's native to? I know a lot of
Yeah.
different countries play on it.
Read the chat for 1 second. I gotta ask you a question off the. Just read it.
One sec, folks. All right, sorry about that, folks. We are underway here on the Garlando side of this
Event.
portion. So it looks like Daniel won the flip. Tommy looking to go 2-3. Interesting. On the left of your screen, Tommy out of the United States. On the right of your screen, Daniel Bermettler out of Austria. Tommy firing out of the gate here.
You guys feel free to let us know in the chat how audio is for us, how audio is for the tables. Give us feedback. We have a French engineering crew doing this for us.
I had one of my good buddies who's new to foosball commenting on the YouTube thing instead of just messaging me after we requested that. But anyway,
I don't know what you're talking. Those are just words.
Tommy,
Did you
you're
crush
passing
that
yourself.
2-bar shot?
I did. He buried a good
Yeah.
pull shot. And Tommy, it almost looks like he's just trying to clear and chase. There's Bermettler now. Just did damage a second ago.
These guys light it up, man. Yeah, it is. That delay is happening.
All right, Tommy, you're now from the 3-bar. Wow, that was a tight hole. Did you see where he put that?
Yeah, it's a 3/4 up.
It split him, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
he was
meant it.
stacked up over there. Bermettler now collects on his 2. It's funny, during like the downtime, it's not as bad. And then as soon as the match starts, when it matters, they'll choppy feed. Anyway, Bermettler now looking to do some damage again. It's 1-1 here in game number 1.
Here's what we know about the Bermettlers. They crush the ball from the 2-bar. They are attackers from the 2-bar. Between him and his brother, Stefan, they just pummel that ball right on goal. Mostly pull shots. As he brushes one.
Yeah. Now fires on goal, but can't beat Tommy's zone, so he'll go back to work, looking 2-3. Loses the handle. Resets his clock. Gets rid of it and able to grab on his 3. Tommy Yore tries to fire down the middle. Bermettler got just enough to keep it out. I don't think I realized how wide this goal is. And Bermettler again with a good defensive effort. Tommy just stabbing the ball down the table, so Bermettler will put it back into play from his goalie area.
So if you're just joining us, this is a 3 out of 5 match, multi-table. They'll swap back between Tornado and Garlando.
Wow. He just flipped that off the table.
And we'll make some assumptions. Tommy Orr won the Tornado World Series last year in singles to qualify for this event. But those assumptions are that Daniel is better on Tornado than Tommy is on Garlando. We just say that because
Oh, beautiful.
Game
2-3 there.
that's sweet.
Well executed by Yore. Fires near side. Nice shot there from Tommy. It's now 2-1. We just commentator cursed
Did we?
Daniel Bermettler.
Well, you
Good up there. Can't hang on. Tommy just tries to stab at it, and Bermettler collects on his 5.
Someone in the chat, Mirador, said funny model of a tornado. It's the whole ramps in the corner.
And the sides.
Well, if you don't know your tornado history, the reason why there are 3 men in the back and no ramps in tornado is because back whenever 1965 or whatever, it was cheaper to not put ramps in your corners. It was less expensive to put men back there. That's the only reason why Tornado has 3 men back there.
Tommy with a good pickup. It's now 3-1 in favor of Yore, and Bermettler calls timeout.
All right, let's take a step back in time. I was not in the World Cup, and we learned very quickly that it's intuitive, but you see it real time. You have to dominate on your home table and be moderately good on the competitive table to have a shot. If you don't dominate on your home table, oftentimes you just get wiped. You get wiped.
Yeah.
You have no chance. And so this puts Daniel Bermettler back a step if he can't control on his table. It's still early, but
Yeah, long way to go. Bermettler going to lift a cut in a lead here. Shooting a rollover. Tommy looks like he's baiting him pull side. Got him to go that way, and Tommy collects.
our audio is still doing that thing. It's still doing. I think. Hey, Jimmy, if you're listening to, we get a fuzzy thing with our audio sometimes. We're trying to figure that out too.
Can you text me, please, instead of don't comment on the thing?
Yeah, text us.
Oh, and
Nice.
Burmiller hammers that one near side. Gets the lead in half now, 3-2. Tommy hammers that one along the wall. Looking to make it a 4-2 ball game. Fires near side, and it is now game point for Tommy Yor. Good up there for Burmiller. Fires near side, and good defensive effort from Yor. So Tommy takes possession and a chance to put away game number 1 on the table he is less comfortable on. Oh, nice pass there, but just a little too high. And Tommy almost picks that one off, but ends up back with Burmiller. Burmiller tries a hook, and Tommy Yor grabs possession on his 3 and calls time out.
I guess hand speed is hand speed, no matter what table you're
Yeah,
on.
it doesn't matter what type of table it is.
Tommy's got this reputation for of the fastest hands.
I don't know anybody that's got faster.
I'd say, like, I don't know, we could make some more stereotypes. Is Tony slowing down a little bit because Tony's got blazing fast
Yeah,
hands?
he does. It's just, Tommy is unreal. Not that Tony isn't too, but
I took a pull once. Let's watch the shot.
Tommy Yor for the game. Fires near side, and game 1 on the Garlano goes to Tommy
Yeah,
Yor.
they go to Tornado now. I want to finish that thought. So I took a poll once. I asked like the top 5. I think in my mind between Ryan Moore, and I asked Tony, and I asked Billy. I asked a couple people. I said, "Who's the fastest hands ever?" And they all said, bar none, unsolicited to each other. They didn't know who they're each other. They all said Frederic, hands down, fastest hands ever. Now Frederic has come back and been playing. There's some video of him playing. I'm not sure. He's older now, man. He's like 15 years removed from competition. If he still has those hands, that's the one guy where everyone's like, because he caught everything and he just did unbelievable stuff. Responded, reacted, like Foos phenom for sure. But you get these young guys like Stefan and Tommy, and here we go. No, not yet. Sorry, I thought we were already in it.
Going to some replay here of game 1. There's that good pull shot Burmiller buried early. Tommy, that was that tight split. Even he was like, I don't know how I hit that.
So if we're going to do a favorites right now, I'd pick, if I had to pick my favorites to win this event, number 1 would be Tony.
Yes.
Especially because his overseas international play.
He's
he
also
won the
he earned the 1 seed.
Yeah, and he's a Leonhardt World Series champion.
I think Tommy was the only one that beat him.
Yeah. So we got Tony, and then you got to look at someone who's multi-table. You probably have to look at Stefan Burmiller, and then maybe Tommy Yor.
The only thing I can see sneaking up is
The dude from Saudi Arabia.
yeah, Ahmed Swani
Yeah.
is tied. Tony sprayed him in on Tornado, and kind of handily defeated Tommy Yor.
Yeah. And so there's a wild card in here, and there's always a wild card. There's always someone who either plays way above their.
He was the 8th seed to get in, so that leads me to believe that his multi-table play maybe is not there. But his first matchup is on Tornado against Tony. The whole thing will be on Tornado.
Yeah.
And just he could upset another Tornado player.
If you want to see any, this kid, this young man, I don't know how old he is, blew Tommy out of the water and then played Tony ball for ball and had a lead on Tony to beat him.
No, he tied him.
I know he had a lead to
But
beat
yeah,
him.
it was 7-6.
Yes.
Tony tied it to send
That's
it
right.
to the tie. As we are back underway here. Our camera angle changed a little bit. We're a little more overhead. But either way, Tommy Yor, 2-5, hammers it with authority.
Yeah, I think we got this camera angle because of the camera, basically the availability of camera angles.
Yeah, good fight for the ball here.
You see Tommy really comfortable on Tornado.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that was probably a load off his mind to get that first one. And Burmiller picks off the short corner, and he has a 1-0 lead. Tommy hammers it through the lane. Tommy Yor looking to equalize. Fires near side. 1-1.
What a beauty.
Burmiller now. He's been making a living off that up on both tables. As he takes his time. Fires near side, and it's 2-1.
You hear the emoting. You hear
Oh, yeah.
These guys, man, they let it out. They let it fly.
Yor through the lane again. Walking, serving. Tries to go far side, and Burmiller able to deny him. And Tommy picks up that shot attempt on his 3. Fires long to the near side. 2-2.
So Tommy's reputation is he's got the most blinding push side. And he's just right now he's crushing pull sides.
Yeah.
But allegedly, that guy can pull it all the way to the near side.
He just did.
And go push side. I'm talking about go to push side.
Oh. Yeah,
Good to see.
Burmiller just tried a slingshot, which I really respect.
Because you're a rookie.
Hey, it's never a bad
Yeah,
shot.
I have nothing but love for rookies.
It's all right. I'm not the worst foosball player in the booth. But anyway.
Your other personality is.
Burmiller unable to clear there. I mean, that might end up being the deciding factor in this match. Burmiller already got 1 from his 2-bar, but his last 2 shots, one landed on Tommy's 3, the other on his 5. Gets the defensive stop here. But Tommy's ability to walk the ball down the table could be the deciding factor here as Burmiller calls timeout. The 2-5, something Tommy didn't on the Garlando. He was looking to go 2-3, kind of a clear and chase sort of thing. Tommy can control the ball all the way down the table, while Burmiller, if he's going to win this, needs to do some damage with that 2-bar.
There's Tommy.
That is Tommy Orr. That is Daniel Burmiller. Taking his time, loses his handle, just tries to get rid of it, and Tommy Orr with possession now, looking to walk the ball down the table. Good. Wall there. Finds the wall again. Tommy Orr sets up for the rollover. Tries to go far side. Almost digs it out, but ends up on Burmiller's 5. Oh, tries to get tricky with it. Goes off the back wall. Then Tommy does a little razzle-dazzle himself. And now Tommy will go to work from his 2. He's been mis-executing on that up. Oh, nice defensive effort there from Tommy to keep that off of Burmiller's 3. Skips that one to his 5.
I think we should mention that.
And Tommy Yordell's up a big left hook, and that gives him his first lead of the match now, 3-2.
I'm not sure if it's both Burmettlers. No, I'm sure it's both Burmettlers. I'm not sure if it's the whole Austrian team is sponsored by Floro, who is also the sponsors for the gold finals, all of it, the whole thing.
All of this.
And so these guys are athletes, and they practice, and they are, paid at. I don't know how the relationship works, but they're definitely here, not on their own dime, to compete at this event. It's a whole different calculus when it's your job.
I don't know if that was a shot or not, but Tommy Yor.
No.
Oh, no, Burmiller got a piece of it.
So when it's your job to be a foosball athlete, you get a lot more mind share and time share to commit to it. and for Tommy, like Tommy's just graduated. Or
he just took a job up in upstate New York.
So it's a lot to compete against.
Yeah.
I'm sure if Tommy, and this is, I'm not making excuses.
Well, you know who else Floro is sponsored now, right?
Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing.
I just learned that this morning.
So what are we doing here?
Timeout call. That's 4-2.
Who took the timeout?
I assume Burmiller. Down 4-2. It's a good timeout. Oh, nice. Deep brush down there. Burmiller now looking to cut the lead. And Tommy denies him. Bounces the wall again. Tommy usually so consistent on that. Seems like he's having a little trouble executing. As Burmiller able to squeak that one through. Tommy got a big piece of it. Burmiller fires down the middle, and again, Yor denies him. Oh, and Tommy's pass attempt gets deflected back into the goal. So break there for Burmiller. Now 4-3. And Tommy will call timeout.
Daniel, you can see the shot, but Daniel's now talking to his brother, Stefan. Getting some coaching.
And Tommy just couldn't get back on that one. So Tommy Yor will put the ball into play here with a chance to put away game number 2 and take a 2-0 lead. As he fires that wall pass. Sets up for the rollover. Fires near side, and Burmiller blocks it up off the table, so he will have a shot to tie things up here.
I didn't look at the bracket to see who's on opposite sides of who for this thing. Take a look at that for a second.
This is the 3-6 matchup, so the winner of this will get Stefan Burmiller versus...
Simon Varos.
Yes. Yep, there you go. And then Tony and Ahmed Swani will get the winner of Johan Sikat and Martin Zdusa. Both Bonzini players. That match is going on in front of us right now as Burmiller trying to get it through to his 3. And he does. He's been making a living on that up. And he's going to switch to his pull shot. Goes back against the wall here.
That's smart.
And he fires that one home, and it's 4-4.
Give him a different look, man. Bust out, check that pull shot defense. What's that pull shot defense look like?
Good 5RD from Burmiller. And Tommy calls his second timeout.
Feeling a little bit of heat, Tommy Yor, but you know he's been raised as a foosball player by Tom Yor, who's systematic about using his timeouts.
Oh, yeah.
He's groomed.
Isn't there a situation where you call a timeout and it's called the Tom Yor timeout?
A 2-0.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Up, down, 2 or down 2. Definitely 2-0 lead or 2-0. Oh no, behind 2. You definitely call the timeout. Is the Tom Yor timeout?
All right, Tommy Yor. First shot at it on game ball here. Tommy put through to his 3-bar. Out of timeouts. Burmiller had denied him his last few attempts. Tries to come down the middle, and Burmiller now with possession and a chance to equalize the game count here. Tries to slide it down the table, and you can't get Tommy with a changeup like that.
No timeouts left.
And again, Burmiller comes up with a big block. Just my baseball mind is just thinking, did you throw the soft one to get him flat-footed for the hard one? Oh, no, he actually clears it with a good soft one there.
Try to pass.
Yeah, a little clear and chase just to get rid of it. Challenge Yor to walk it down on him.
Which is always a bad idea.
Tommy's halfway there.
Well,
Well, Tommy was struggling to execute it earlier. He kept skipping the wall. Oh, beautiful off the wall for Yor. And again, another chance. Tommy Yor. Regrips. Fires near side. And Tommy Yor in a hard-fought second game takes it to put himself up 2-0, heading back to the Garlando. Big time. And Tommy vacates the pit immediately.
And this is why you're seeing 2 to the 5. That's why it became so popular.
Yeah.
He took 2 shots or 3 shots. I can't remember how
Burmiller
many-
did get the early short pull shot, but how many
I'm
possessions
talking
did Tommy
about
get?
that particular game.
Yeah.
He had maybe three possessions at goal, and all 3 of them ended up on giving Tommy an opportunity to shoot.
Yeah.
So Tommy, that was his 3rd opportunity to win the game.
Yeah.
And it's hard to stop a master from scoring
Yeah.
3 times in a row.
I mean, he did great defense effort there to keep himself in it.
Yeah.
Tommy had shots on the 8th ball, too, before the 9th, and now Tommy back warming up on the Garlando, you see there. Those automatic cameras are creepy. Following Tommy around. Or maybe somebody's controlling it, but it seemed to be just following
You think
him around.
it's an AI, Keith?
I don't think it
following
needs to be an
Tommy?
artificial intelligence. I think it just needs to track motion. They have like home security cameras that do that.
I don't know what's happening, dude. He's giving you shit.
A little ironic again with the light. Anyway,
Dude.
Tommy had his larger margin of victory on the table he's less comfortable on, but this is a
This is a stressful
real
moment.
test for Burmiller. Down 2-0. You're on your home table. You lost 5-2 game 1, and this is a must-have if you want to stay alive.
So for everyone watching, we're going to break these matches up and put them on. This stream will be up for a while, but we'll break them up and switch my name eventually.
Eventually.
Inside.
Tomorrow's already done.
Tomorrow's already
Or,
done?
sorry.
That's amazing.
That's
dude.
how good
See
we
that?
are.
Yeah.
No. Yesterday is already completed, or just about, last I heard. So.
These Bonzini guys are going at it.
Yeah.
there's two guys in the elimination bracket, both Bonzini players, and they're just like blasting each other. Bonzini's a trip, and I've grown to love Bonzini watching it play. It is just totally different.
I'd say it's probably the most unique of
Yeah,
the
for
5
sure.
tables, just because of those weighted men and how much different it feels to pull that rod with all the weight on the one side. Oh, Eric's here.
Eric Hiltner
Yeah.
couldn't help himself, dude.
I was actually talking about that last night, about how I hadn't seen a lot of the Florida guys, but maybe they're just showing up now. As we are underway here, and Burt Miller going to work that nice deep rush down to the wall and have a chance to open scoring here. Fires near side, and it's 1-0 Burt Miller. Trying to get himself fired up. Get himself back in this. And good defensive effort there. Chance to make it 2-0. And Tommy denies him and grabs it on his 5. Sabs a couple times, and it ends up in his own goal. Now 2-0 Burt Miller. Hammers it through something, got a piece of that, but Tommy's going to have a chance to get on the board here. Fires short to the far side, but got around him. It's now 2-1. And oh, Burt Miller just couldn't quite hang on. Loose ball. Burt Miller, nice job keeping that out. Burt Miller tries a push shot, able to grab the rebound on his 3. And Tommy blocks the first attempt, but Burt Miller gets a second shot. Fires again, and this time York comes up with a rebound.
You may notice how much.
Oh, Tommy with a costly turnover as Burt Miller spikes it home immediately.
You may notice how much Tommy's game looks like Tony's game, and I'll tell you this story. After Tony played his first Tornado Championships, he won everything: rookie doubles, rookie singles, novice or expert doubles, expert singles, amateur doubles, amateur singles, and then placed in all the pro events. And so he won, like, he had a jacket after his very first World Championship that had 9 events on it. And then the next year, all these clones started popping up of Tony. Everything. Firewall Series, Tic Tac, Moving Snake, all of it. And we've seen dozens of versions of Tony. The big difference is Tony took Tommy York under his wing, coached him, developed him, trained him, supported him. And that's why, like, completing that, Tony helped bridge that. Bridge Tommy, and of course Tommy has his own. He has Tom, yours.
Yeah, their games are not identical,
No,
but if
it's-
you didn't know better,
Yeah.
it would. Wow, nice keep out there by Tommy. You would think that they're carbon copies of each
Yeah.
other, but yeah,
He
there's
has his own
obviously
twist. He has
yes,
his own
very
twist.
nuanced
And I think
differences.
the point I was trying to make is there have been an unknown number of decaffeinated versions of Tony Spreadham that have shown up over the decades. But Tommy York is his actual novel spin with the coaching of the person who created that style of play.
Beautiful short pull shot there from the 2-bar for Burt Miller. And it's now 4-1. So big momentum shift for Burt Miller here on his home table. Tommy fires down the middle relatively casually. It's now 4-2.
Still got to put him away though. That's the big point is the putting them away. Big point.
As Tommy Burt Miller having a hard
Feeling the
time
heat,
there, and
yeah.
he calls timeout.
We like to talk about all these differences between these levels of play, but mastery begins when you have an advantage and you could pull that advantage through. The mastery are the people that can come back from you because you can't close the deal. We smell blood in the water and you could put it away. That's what championship play is all about. So Daniel's got to put Tommy away. If he doesn't put Tommy away, gives Tommy chances, Tommy's going to beat him up right now.
As Burt Miller with a shot to send it to game 4. Regrips, fires, and York denies him. So Tommy a chance to cut in the lead here. gets rid of it. And Burmettler, we've seen him do damage from his 2. Another chance here. Clears it and gets it back. Oh. Finds the last man, but Tommy able to keep it out, and Tommy just gets rid of it. It goes in. It's now 4-3.
So your arms, muscles start to constrict, and your breathing starts to get heavy.
Burmettler, another opportunity here. Baiting him to go pull. And he does, and Tommy greets him out there.
There's a big crowd watching this match. A lot of people with stake in this.
Tommy
Austin.
just wide of the goal. Burmettler from the 5.
Brother has a stake in it because the brother plays the win. Oh, no, the brother's got to play his own match.
Yeah, but if the brother wins his, he gets the winner. I'm sure he's not getting ahead of himself. This time he's baiting to go pull, and Burmettler will call his second timeout. Tommy still has both of his, as you see there at the bottom of your screen.
I wish they'd changed the view to Daniel.
There you go.
There you go.
Trying to clamp down, put this one away, and give himself a shot. Daniel Burmettler. Comes near side, and Tommy, you're again equal to it. Tries to fire it. Oh, beautiful job getting back for Tommy, and rewarded with a 5-bar possession. And Tommy on the pickup from the 5-bar, and it is now match ball in favor of Tommy Yore.
We talked about it. It was 4-1, right? It
was
a
4-1.
Yeah, you got.
Oh no, was it 3-1 or 4-1? Was it 4-1?
4-1.
Man,
4-1.
can't let the big dog get back into it.
When you smell blood in the water, you got to turn into a shark. Here we go, Daniel.
Daniel Burmettler.
Did you bring this one home on your home table? Oh.
Not now, he can't. Or not right
Was
this
he call,
second.
is he call about Jar? Did he call Jar? You're not going to get that call, brother.
While he was defending?
I don't know. If
And you had the ball on a pin?
I'm just going to shake my head. Tommy Yore's looking at me, asking me.
He's looking to see if we can replay.
You need the ITSF guys.
Oh my God, these calls are. You know, I don't know. We got to see it. I don't know if it was a. Hey, you guys at home can rewind this.
We can do it on our phone. Yeah, you got your phone right there.
Yeah, but I want the
Oh, they're doing the replay right now. Is he wondering if it went in?
Oh, what?
It didn't. It
Are
didn't.
you sure?
Positive.
Let's
Look,
see, you're in the corner?
bang, hits the corner and comes out
Wait,
and
hold
hits
on
the
a
back
second.
of Tommy's
Wait,
man.
let's see. This table is notorious for the ball
That did
going
not
in
go
and
in.
out.
Yeah, no, it is. But that did not go in.
Okay, they figured it
Yeah,
out.
they got it.
I can't be trusted for this stuff because I'm blind as a bat, dude. I can't see anything.
Yeah.
I have something called presbyopia, which is something everybody gets.
Did he want something?
It's
Yeah.
when your lens can't accommodate as it used to,
Yes.
and you need glasses.
I'm not there quite yet.
Oh.
Tommy is going to go 2-5 for the first time on this Garlando table. And Burmettler almost spikes it home.
You're out of time.
Tommy says, okay, enough of that. And Tommy Yore gets that one to go. Our feed get chopped up right at the wrong time.
Yeah, dude. But I'm hearing it's lagging on the ITSF side, too. So
Okay.
it's
It's an issue
Well,
for the stream.
we just saw 4-1 comeback. Daniel got his shot here. Somehow he won something, or he was a high-ranking.
He got
number
top
one
8.
points. Somehow he's in. So he's an incredible foozer and deserves to be here. Clearly, he just got beat 3-0 twice on his home table, and with opportunities both times. And
Yeah, a lot of opportunities in that third game.
So we learn a lesson here. All kinds of stuff. It's multi-table play, and we see how Tommy's competing at a very high level, but we also see the difference between closing somebody out and
So
letting them
apparently
stick
we are
around.
still getting that static we had yesterday. So we need to see if we can figure that out. Our remedy that we tried did not work. It's not the
Let's
mics.
mute it for a second. And Well, that was entertaining.
Was.
We're trying to get our audio figured out, you guys. There's a lag issue that everybody's experiencing, not just us.
It's a static issue on our mics.
Yeah,
the lag issue that everybody's experiencing is with the feed that we are being provided by the TSF hardware team. As you just see an example of it right there.
See, here you go. Here's someone who knows what they're talking about. Hey, Nelson, it's likely electrical interference in one of the cables and not the mic. So we're trying to get a... Hey, hold on a second.
Miriam just appeared behind us, behind bleachers here. As we try and get this squared away. Yeah, I can turn it down.
Well, just the fact that we can hear each other fine tells me it's not the headset, it's not the mics, and it's not the phones.
I don't mind being transparent with the folks at home, even though it may be boring to them as we try and resolve this.
Yeah.
Mark and I can hear each other fine in the booth. So that tells me it's not our microphones, it's not our headsets, it's not the what we call a Focusrite that connects us together and then pumps all this information into the computer, meaning the sound and the I guess it's just audio. So we're trying to figure out where that static's coming from and what's causing it. I know it's annoying. I got some friends tell me about it yesterday. I went back and rewatched, and it was obnoxious. So we're going to do everything we can to get rid of that.
It may just be a micro USB cable, and I think I have one in my bag. It's the same cable you connect your...
Old phones, too, not the new ones. It's not the USB-C.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have one or not.
Anyway, the other good news, we just got word. You guys, if you're sick of me, we're going to have some relief for you. I have an event that starts at 4 o'clock, and Jim Stevens is on the ground in Texas.
I like how you framed that you have an event is the obstruction, but Jim Stevens,
will
the
be
most
here,
legendary
yeah.
foosball icon for commentary.
Sorry, guys. You're going to have to settle for Jim.
Yeah, Jim's going to sub in. And you know who else we have here? We have Brad Anderson here. So there's going to be some combinations of Jim and Brad, me and Jim, and Brad and me that are going to digress into madness by the end of the evening.
Yep. So
you guys know
get
my
those
deal,
keyboards ready to voice your complaints about that.
Yeah. You guys, my deal is I have an absolute ceiling, and when I hit that ceiling, I'm bad. I go from mediocre to bad.
I did
So
feel that at the midnight hour
yeah.
last night.
Mediocrity is a general state of mediocrity, and then just devolving into horrible. And when that happens, we have you, and we have Brad Anderson, and even Jim by himself is better than me up here.
Yeah, that's not like a revelation.
Dude, that's written. It's doctrine.
Honestly, it's kind of nice. So usually when I work, it means Jim's not going, and I didn't have color commentators join me. It was always just me, someone running the hardware for me, and I was on my own. And I would have to like track down players to try, big dog players to try and get in the booth with me.
Yeah.
And I honestly had a lot of fun doing it. It gave me some variety and different perspectives up here and for the folks at home. But it is nice not having to worry about it.
I think we're just looking at, this is what's, oh, that's still the match.
Hit the live button. Yeah, there you go.
All right, this is what's happening right now. It's looks two guys that are in the elimination bracket hanging out, warming up together.
Now Sparky's throwing you some shade there.
It's Tony Spredeman and Varos.
You know, it's sprayed him in, right? Not spread him in.
Something.
Spray.
Where is this is what it sounds like. It might be Mark's radiating personality. Sparky. When I met Sparky lived behind. There's an arcade called Keystone in the hood, dude. Like in the hood. Like gang war would break out in the hood. Sparky lived behind that arcade. and Sparky had a dynamo table. They were all Tony Bacon. Him and his brother John. Hey Sparky, I saw your brother John in in L.A. By the way. I was just down there with the family, and John, did he tell you this? He was heading to Hawaii to coach the women's volleyball team. The dude's anyway. Ran into John, hugs and hanging out. So him and his brother John.
I love that you're having a personal conversation while we're on air.
Yeah, who cares? So Sparky was doing firewall brush and pull shot. Like they were Tony Bacon Dynamo proteges. I don't know how many people know who Tony Bacon is, but Tony Bacon had he won 3 Open Singles World Championships in a row. He's just an
Mid-80s,
absolute
yeah.
animal. No people had no answer for him.
Best Foos Talk Live episode of all time.
Oh yeah, don't even bother. And Tony Bacon was 2 to the 5. He was
kind of the first one,
he
wasn't he?
The first one, and people just couldn't handle it, dude. When you have the thing about a slow brush series that's very methodical, and anyone who knows Steve Morey or Jeep, they wear you out, dude, because you're playing defense for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And they just wear you to the ground, and you just get fatigued. I saw Steve Morey when Todd Lafredo in the 90s. Todd Lafredo is still amazing now. In the night, can you imagine his pull shot 30 years ago?
Yeah.
He was like just an absolute animal. I saw Steve Morey beat him in his prime in singles 3 times in a row. In his prime. And Steve Morey, I don't know who Steve Morey is. He's just like 10
I know
seconds.
the name.
He's 10 seconds. They call him the father of the rush pass. He's 10 seconds on the 5 bar and 15 seconds on the 3 bar. And just wear you down, man. And when I asked Todd, and this is years ago, I asked Todd, why'd you keep losing to Steve Morey? And he looked at me and said, because Steve Morey messes with my ticker. He just messes with you. He takes you completely out of your game. That is a strategy, right? It's a strategy to take these fast guys out of the game. Where all this was going was Sparky's in there talking smack, and Sparky, I know where all the bodies are buried, bro. Just don't say anything, dude. Oh, there's a different Sparky. It's not even Sparky Lyle. Is it Sparky? Is it Sparky Lyle? Sparky James Castillo.
I just assumed it was Sparky
Yes,
since he was taking a shot at you.
Sparky and AZ. I'm talking about Sparky
James Castillo.
James Castillo. Are you Sparky Lyle? Which Sparky are you? Or are you another Sparky?
How many Sparkies are there? That's weird.
Probably not even a dude named Sparky. I know all the Sparkies, by the way.
You know all of them?
Yeah, all of
It's
them.
also a weird brag.
Weird flex.
I'm big in the Sparky community.
No, the Sparky community is big in foosball. LOL, I'm just going to type. A Sparky Lyle? Okay, he says yes, a Sparky Lyle.
Oh, now we're going to have to listen to some news story
Yeah,
from 40
here.
years ago about
Yeah.
how Mark knows
Dude,
Sparky
I'm
Lyle.
going to say my Sparky Lyle story. Okay, there's only a couple people that started shooting the rollover in the United States. There was like 3 people, and Terry Moore was one of the first people to really push it. He might have been the 3rd or 4th person to shoot the rollover in the United States, especially to prominence, to high levels. And Sparky Lyle was in Southern California. Was one of the guys. Terry used to be from San Diego. Sparky Lyle was a. There you go. Yes, Bill Partridge, Terry Moore. See, there it is. Now we're going way back to the first people to shoot the damn rollover in the United States. Bill Partridge, Terry Moore, Sparky Lyle. These were the first people.
Wasn't it an invention of the United States?
There's a question about Jet, who's a guy in Germany. And at the last World Cup, I got into a big conversation about this with Federico Collignon and Terry Moore. And all these people were in my chat. And they were talking about where they learned the role. There's a guy named Rich Lopez from Fremont. We're going way back in historical walk down memory lane. But there's a question. There's a guy named Jet in Germany. And there is a belief that he's the first person. Then John Smith saw Jet do it. John Smith shot it.
John Smith, Texas legend, John Smith?
Texas.
Isn't he a pole shooter?
See, here it is. Check it out. I taught Terry Moore the rollover in 1989, and I was in that mix.
Nice.
So that's dude.
I
Terry
was born
Moore.
in '88.
So okay, Terry Moore is a left-handed player. I played Terry Moore in rookie doubles in 1989, and he was a great 5-bar, incredible 5-bar. But his pull shot was garbage because he was left-handed. So you give left-handed players a rollover,
Yeah.
and they just start taking over, dude. Taking over. Great memories, Sparky. I appreciate you being in the chat and hanging out. I thought you were James Castillo the entire time.
For the
Well, you
record,
know.
Tony sprayed him in. I mean, I realize this is a pickup game, but Tony just tried to hit a slingshot, too. You were trashing him. Who is this guy he's playing? It's pretty good.
It's the guy in
That's not Simon Barros,
no,
is it?
no,
He
you're
had a
right.
different shirt on earlier, at least, unless he
You're
got
right.
changed.
Is that Simon Barros?
He's also playing drastically different than that guy who was earlier. Could be Simon.
No.
He's a good player.
I get them mixed up.
Oh. It's a pickup game, but that was cool. Tony drive by.
It's seeing Sparky Lyle in this chat and seeing the name Bill Partridge. These are because foosball didn't have the prestige or really the money to support there's been so many great talents that have come through and quit early, quit in the 20s, man. Quit in the 20s because you got to move on. Quit in college because you have to move on. So many.
Okay, folks, we're going to go dark here for just a second as we try and resolve our audio issue.